Hello. Is this thing on? Hi friends, how's it going? I hope you're all doing well. It is! Hello! Hi Sen, and hi anyone who is lurking. Hello, hello friends. I'll be wrestling my sewing machine today. Hi. We'll see how it goes. I've used it last night, just a little bit, to sew some patches onto my dad's denim jacket. I hadn't used it in a while, and also that denim jacket has been waiting to have set patches sewn on for a while. Oh yeah. I need to cut this off so my machine doesn't accidentally grab the wrong strand. There we go. There. But yeah, after last week, after the issue I had with the paint, I haven't really worked on the fursuit much. I've tried to take the residue off, but it's probably like chalk residue from the water, which is not great. But it is what it is, but that's something I'll need to work on. Oh, I see we have both chat here, but also the little guy blocking chat. Hold on. Hold on. Let me fix that. Where's my mouse? There it is. Boop. The little guy in charge on top of chat. Where's the chat box? There. Hold on, I need to do that at my desk. Make some adjustments so chat doesn't disappear behind the little guy. Do it like this. There we go. That has fixed it. Right. It is apparently one of those clumsy days today. There we go. So please bear with as I figure it out. But you usually do, so that's fine. That's all fine. There. Yeah, I have the wings. Let me move my machine back while I'm not using it. There we go. There are the wings. These are fine. Like, they have a bit of residue on them, but that's just... I mean, it might as well just the dust that the birds create, usually. So that's fine. It's the tail that really needs work. And got half a mind to completely redo the tail. Because these wings, like these feathers, are all beautiful and defined and, you know, clearly feathers, but the big ones are not... The big ones are not to my liking. So I might just redo the tail. But yeah, I've put it aside for now. Like, I don't want to redo the tail, because it's a lot of fucking work. But if it will make me happier, then I will. So yeah, I put it aside for now to give it a think. I've tried to give it a bit more texture by cutting more ridges in and stuff, but the thing is these are really thin and really small, and with the heat they've all also like curved slightly, and with the bigger ones it's going to be more difficult. Not impossible, but more difficult, especially now that they're all glued together into a tail. But we'll see. I might work with these today. What I want to do today is the sleeves. I finished one. I did that on like a while ago. But yeah, these are just sleeves. These will just be my upper arms, because I'll be wearing gloves underneath. I have the talons on them. But yeah, I made a little lining in them because I tend to react to the inside of the fake fur, like the weaving. So I just need to attach that. It's difficult to see because my camera struggles with the white balance. It's a really, really old DSLR that doesn't go higher res than 720. So bear with. But yeah. This is the lining I made out of an old bed sheet. So why not? Yeah, I'll sew the edges on, and then I need to sew this onto a t-shirt. Putting the wings aside for now. Have more threading here, that's good, because this one's almost out. Yeah. I will mute while I use the machine because I don't know how loud that is, but can't imagine it's the most pleasant sound. To have to listen to while I work. Yeah, we're just vibing, doing a bit of sewing, some jazzy background music. Just a chill Saturday. I completely forgot. I changed the needle yesterday because I swapped it for a denim needle. There we go. Now I have the right needle. All threaded, all ready to go. Hi, Sbadian, good to see you. I hope you're well. I'm wrestling my sewing machine today. Usually I sew fake fur by hand, but it gives a cleaner, stronger bond with a machine. Let's see how it goes sound-wise. Okay, looks like my filters are set up right. It's just that if I'm talking while sewing, you'll probably hear it. You're very conflicting sadness, pride, tiredness, and joy. Do you want to talk about it? That sounds like a whole range of emotions. And I understand the conflict, but a lot of those emotions can and should coexist, you know? You can be both relieved that something is over and sad that something is over, you know? Nice actress died recently? I heard, yeah. Yeah, but I bought a dumbbell to train your arm muscles more. Hell yeah! That's awesome news about it, and I'm proud of you too. Quite tired because you took 10 kilos of dumbbell home without a car. Well, you've had your exercise for today, that's for sure. Well done. Doing a little backstitch here to secure it. I'm not round yet, I'm doing it very carefully and calculated. Enjoy loads of fun internet memes, yeah! Ooh, you're gonna see a musical? Which one? That sounds exciting. Oh, your niece is one of the performers? That's awesome. I'm sure she'll do great. Ah, shoot. Okay. I thought I had enough thread on my underbobbin, but alas. It's good that I did some back stitching here and there, because that means it is secured. At her school, looking at her sister and father? Hell yeah. I'm sure she'll be happy with you being there to support. So, is this, she like part of the drama club, or is this the, at least it was a tradition in my school where the final year would do a musical. A chosen study direction. Ooh, that's awesome. Love to see it. I'm trying to thread my machine to rethread my bobbin. I'm going to use the last bit of wire on here. There we go. Look at that. Empty bobbin. And the full one here. The underwire. Oh yeah, hi! There's a school for upcoming actors and actresses. Number of class and performances. Hell yeah. That's awesome. Love to see it. What am I up to today? Hi! Joe's getting a 3-piece suit. I wish. No, I've told you all how much I, have a love-hate relationship with my sewing machine. Now, I'm working on the sleeves today. With the sleeves for the upper arms. I made a lining for them out of old bed sheets. Because I tend to react to the woven backing of the fake fur. So I made a lining. And I almost did the second one, but then my underwire ran out of thread. And then I used the last bit of thread on the top wire. to refill the small bobbin. But no, if I had the capacity to make 3-piece suits, I would have made several for Sen a long time ago. Alas. But yeah, at the moment my index finger is not cooperating. You can barely see it, but there's no blood in the tip of it. It's just something my body does, something my blood circulation does. It'll recover, it'll reset itself, but right now I don't have any feeling in the tip of my index finger. So I'm using the rest of my hand. I'm improvising. It's something I've had since I was a teen though, so I can really work my way around it. It's not as red as the other fingertips, yeah. Yeah. It happens. It's really just a tip. It happens on other fingers sometimes. Sometimes it gets worse, but yeah, it doesn't cooperate well with me. But that's just me and my body in general. But yeah, it's really annoying when I'm gaming, for example, but I've gotten so used to it that I usually use my mouse like this now. And like, I can use it, it's just that the reaction speed is not as great, so I'll just do this instead. If you ever see me holding a pen weirdly or something, just know that it's my fingers not cooperating. Whoa, excuse me. What was that? Yeah, you sound stuck. This is why I usually try it on a scrap piece of fabric. Let me cut you out of there. There you go. What happened? Fascinating. Whoop. Time to get the screwdriver. There you are. This is the one I need. How are you in here? I might need you. There you are. I might need you, and I might need you. You can go back because you're for sewing on buttons, which is not something I'm planning to do today. Your spare bobbins. Might need you though. Time to remove the plate cover. What I will do is let's see. Cut you loose like this. It's a good thing I was raised by MacGyver. I'm not scared of machines failing me. Need a bit of rest? I can imagine. Have a good rest. I'll hopefully see you later. There we go. You can't see it because it's underneath, but in order for me to make this visible to you, I'd have to tilt the machine, and then I can't really do what I need to do. There we go. See, this was all this. Got stuck. Oh, Sen, are you still here? Could you be a dear and bring me the pressurized air that's still in the living room? Possibly, potentially, along with my screwdriver bit set. Because it looks like while I have this one open, I might as well do some cleaning. I might as well oil it as a treat. Thank you. Much appreciated. Oops. I hear that Nikki disagrees with that idea, but he will have to fucking deal. Yeah, impromptu cleaning session. There we go. It was needed. Do I have the oil in here? Actually, I have it here. I have to remove the screw completely. Okay. It's been a while. I have to say this tool is not ideal, but I don't think I have the regular screwdriver here. Oh, there we go. There we go. This is all still looking fine. There we go. Not consecrated machine oil, but since I don't have a tech priest nearby, this'll have to do. Oh, that's a lot. putting the foot back on. Okay, let's try that again. Hopefully with a piece that doesn't immediately get stuck and eaten. That's more like it. All right, where was I? Ah, yes. Sleeve. This one's done. Somewhere around here. Cool. It's only like 20 centimeters or something left. Maybe a bit more. No, about 20. And it gave up on me. Oh well. You know, I do understand tech priests. Especially when it comes to sewing machines and printers. I get it. Sometimes I too pray to the machine god. Something isn't going well here. And I don't quite understand. You are being pulled in. Now that's a bad sign. It seems the machine god is testing me today. However, the sewing is done, at least on this sleeve. Don't you get double threading? That's fascinating. No wonder that went wrong. How did you manage to do this? I thread you through here. You seem to be the right one. We have that starting soon, friends. You're not missing much because I'm still wrestling my sewing machine. And even then, where'd my thread disappear off to? I have to say, modern machines are not all that, but having a machine that has a threading mechanism, which is mechanic in this case, not electric, which I prefer, is rather nice. Okay. Turn you off for a second. Actually, no. Making sure the machine is threaded on the underside as well. There we go. Let's see. Which it is not. These discussions are part of the process. Like I said, me and my sewing machine love-hate relationship. Maybe I should take classes. You know? I've done all the sewing and I have to brush the fake fur out of the stitches. I'm trying to avoid seams. I don't know, it breaks the magic. Yeah, I can feel it because I know where it is, right here. You can't see it. Here, apparently. Like, I had to actually look for it, but you can't actually see the seam. Right here. And that's the point. So that's good. That's done. This one's done as well. Again, I had to look for it, but the seam is here. Okay. It doesn't really matter which one's left and which one's right, at least not at this point in time. It will matter when I put on the wings. I think I need to attach these to the shirt first. And then decide the position while I'm wearing said shirt with the sleeves, and then put on the Velcro. Because these can't be put in the washing machine. So I want to add these with Velcro on here. This one would go on this side, something like this. Also, I think I can put this one back on. So yeah, this is my shoulder here. Like up here. And this will be Velcroed on like this, so it's on the side of my arm. And not in my way when I do stuff, but just attached. As you know, I'll be having talons on my feet and talons on my hands, so this is like the remnants of what once was a wing. Which I think is kind of cute. The little, tiny little chicken wing. Yeah, the same on this side. But in the other direction, obviously. Gosh, it's really coming together now. I'm so excited. Yeah, first adding these to the shirt. Where did I put that shirt? Those are my gloves. I need to test it out. If I need to also add Velcro to the ends here, not sew, but attach them to the inside here, the elbow. Or if they hold up on their own. Oh yeah, that's why I have the claws. The claw! These are the gloves. And I also need to get thread, like conductive thread, to sew into the fingertips so I can operate a touchscreen while wearing these. Which I haven't bought yet. The easiest way for me to do this is to put on the shirt. And then mark it, just pin it in place. Actually, no, where's my pen? Oh, more needles. Putting them all in the same compartment so I know where they are. I can't find my pen, but I do have Taylor's chalk here in tiny pieces. There. Made some markings. That should suffice. And then I can pin it. I'm thinking I'm leaving the original sleeve on. Especially because it's a shirt that has the sleeve as a part of the neckline. And I don't, honestly, I don't want to deal. I don't want to deal with having to cut that and then hem it and no, it's gonna stay. It'll stay and it'll behave, I'm sure. Not I can always turn it inside out and cut it off anyway. Like, there's parts of this costume where I've been really strict with myself. Like, hey, no, you gotta do it right. You gotta put in the effort. And there's some parts where I'm like, eh. If it doesn't work, I can always redo it. But yeah, I'm still contemplating whether or not to redo the tail. I think I'll probably end up in a place where I'm like, yeah, I'll redo the tail. But I think I'll leave that to the very last minute, like, because it's not a part that I need to complete the costume. Like, it is part of the complete costume, but with like the wings, for example, I need those to attach to the sleeve and make that work. And the wings I'm happy with. But like the tail, yeah, eventually I need to sew that onto a belt. Or some other construction, maybe, to keep it in place, who knows. But it's not an essential part of a different part that I'm working on at the moment. Does that make sense? Like, there are no other parts of the costume dependent on that tail. It's probably a better way to put it. And this will also be attached with zigzag stitching because it's, well, it's a t-shirt, just regular t-shirt fabric, which means it's stretchy. And I would like to keep that stretch. And not have it bunch up all weird, so yeah. Zigzag is the way to go. That's one side. But yeah, by the looks of it, I will need a tunic that has at least a little bit, like a tiny bit of a sleeve. Is the cap sleeve, is that the English word for it? Okay, now let me put this on again. So, I put it this way. I think the sleeves are too long. I think I want them more up here, but I have to see about doing that. Okie doke. Hey. That was a bit of trial and error. No, I thought I could do it while wearing it, but alas. I really just want to get this over with, you know? Because this is a part that I've been stalling. Part that I've not been looking forward to. It's just, you know. But once this is done, I can actually move on with the rest of the costume again. And then I will have the basic things done and I can start figuring out the tunic situation. Which isn't going to be easy. I still don't know about the color though. leaning towards a blue or purple, but I'd probably have to figure out fabrics first. See what I still have. Maybe I have... Because I have so many fabrics. Like, I'll definitely have something to at least make a prototype, so that's good. But it would be nice if the prototype was the same fabric that I make the final product out of. That would just make things a lot easier. So I'll have to see. I'll have to dive in. Oh, that's fine. I still had a pin on the other side. I was like, why? Why is this not working? Quiet because I'm very focused on all of this. What are you up to today, chat? Done anything creative lately? You know how much I love to hear about your creative projects. You can also still change the guy's hat if you wanna. This one. Boop. There's still so many undiscovered hats for little guys. Movement error there. All right, another test. Fearing it's the shirt that is not suitable for this. I'm gonna see if I have something else. Okay. I need a sippy. have a different one. An old shirt that I put on the pile of, you know, we're doing home improvement / garden work today. This is a piece of clothing that I don't mind getting stained or broken and stuff like that. I have several of those, so I just picked one of the stack. The upside is the different cut, which is a lot easier to work with, which is something I didn't really think about when grabbing this shirt. Like the original shirt. Like, it's a different cut, it's a heavier shirt material, which, you know, it's not ideal. But this one's also washed out and worn. I don't have to worry about it changing shape that much anymore. I don't have to worry about it like getting broken in the process. The cut is different, so it'll be easier. And with this one, I can probably just take the sleeve off and just change it. Exchange the sleeve. There we go. Seam ripper time. See what the easiest way to do that is. It's gonna have a double layer. I should really see this and like sewing classes in my area. Hi, welcome on in, Chuckle Master. Good to see you. Back after having a random anxiety attack. Oh no! Well, welcome back. Anxiety sucks. Hope you're feeling a bit better now, or at least, you know, can vibe with some jazz with me here. Didn't miss much. I had a discussion with my sewing machine as well, first off, the lower bobbin ran out of thread, and then it ate the fabric, so I had to take it apart. And then I didn't have any tack priests nearby, and I didn't have any consecrated machine oil, but we made it work. The sewing machine has been oiled, and dust has been blown out, and hopefully appease the machine god a bit. Metal junk is stinky? It can be, yeah. Hammer! Working on George and the little rod guy who's craft supplies and George. Yes! Yes! Yes, they do. Yes, they do. It's me, actually. It's my alternate form. If you're being mean to me, this is who you're being mean to, chat. Isn't this some comfort music? Hell yeah. And now I wrestled a different shirt that had a cut that didn't really suit my needs and didn't really, you know, it didn't work for me. So I grabbed a random shirt with like a print that's fading and that has been washed so many times it's changed form, but at least it won't change form anytime soon. You know, like the whole shape thing, and it's graying at the edges because the dye is washed out, like that kind of old t-shirt, but it'll suit my needs. And now I'm taking the sleeves off so I can replace them with my fuzzy arms. That is what's happening right now. So yeah, you're watching me use a fabric ripper. The index finger has decided to join us again, so we're good on that front. Like it'll at the slightest touch it'll lose blood, but that's just my regular circulation. But yeah, also welcome on in, Hammer. Good morning to you? Question mark? I think it must be morning, yeah. I'm excited for tomorrow, friends. I'm excited to play new game that came out 2 days ago? Like another indie game. And from what I've seen, we'll be floating around on a giant Nessie. Or at least with a giant Nessie. We'll have to sustain ourselves. "10 a.m. yes. Echo Dragon's a super fun game, definitely aged in both graphics and gameplay, but the writing is so good. I always get confused because it's not the same series as Divinity Original Sin, right? Because they also really had some confusing naming conventions for their games, huh? Yeah, I have been thinking. I really want to make like the weather is better now, so it'll be easier to set that up. I really want to make a live cast of my face so I can start sculpting prosthetics. Just for the fun of it. Always loved special effects makeup. My dad used to do it. My brother and I were young. My dad was really into makeup and special effects and things, but we quit doing that at some point. Probably to not scare us. He never did it professionally. It was always like a hobby of his. Just like photography. Yeah. But yeah, I really like the special effects makeup, and like for the Goat Mommy that we did for the Cult of the Lamb playthrough, I made a small latex prosthetic, like the pentagram on my forehead. It kinda is. The video games are all in the same universe, but very wildly in gameplay style. Gotcha. Ego Draconis is a third-person hack and slash. Oh. Does my dad... Oh, I don't think he does. Is that... Because we used to... Like, growing up, I grew up with things like Mythbusters, Scrap Heap Challenge. Anyone remember Scrap Heap Challenge? I always really enjoyed that. And, the program I can't remember the name of, but it's like people built robots. And they battle. It's really big battle bots or something like that. I can't remember. I never knew the names of the shows. I just knew that. I watched them growing up when I was really young. Because Dad loved that kind of stuff. Yeah, it probably was BattleBots, yeah. It would make sense, like I said. But yeah, that's the kind of shows I grew up with. Man, so do you remember like a few weeks ago I said I went out for a friend's birthday and have some drinks, and I ran into some old friends. Like I had a chat with an old friend who also does cosplay, and like his girlfriend really builds really beautiful, big and impressive cosplays. And we were just chatting, and I showed him my Gandalf, and just started giggling, and I was like, "Wow, that's beautiful." Because yeah, it's kind of cursed. It's kind of beautiful. If you don't know what I'm talking about, it's in my About section here on Twitch. Down below, there's some pictures of some of the cosplays I've done. You're welcome. Gandalf the Slay. And then he suggested that I should do a Withers cosplay. You know, Withers with the big naturals. It's like, oh my god, that would be cursed. It would be so much work to get that done. But it would be funny. But like, the amount of liquid latex alone to get the skin texture right. Like the bald cap is one thing. Babe, I showed you my Gandalf. Please respond. But yeah, it's like there's so many reasons, and my brain goes, oh god, that will be awful. That is so much work. It's too much work for a joke, yada yada yada. And yet, would be funny though. Because, like, my cosplay of Gandalf has already been... Like, I'm not on social media. Like, if you click the picture, it'll take you to a Tumblr. Good luck with that. Feel free to drop me a follow, but it's usually shit posts. So if you like actually want to see some of my stuff, you'll have to use my tags. Because Tumblr is a hell site, affectionately. But I'm not on any other like social media. I know it would help me as a content creator to get more, just more traction, you know. But also, I used to have an Instagram. I deleted that because Meta is evil. Like, the website formerly known as Twitter is evil, is crap, is just like, social media is a fucking chore. I don't want that social media presence, you know? I want my attention to be on my terms. But yeah, Gandalf has been widely shared. Because when I was at a party in November, we were also talking about LARP and cosplay and things, and I also showed my cosplays, one of them being Gandalf, and they just excitedly shouted, "Oh my god, that's you! I've seen you on Pinterest!" And I'm like, I'm not on Pinterest. I did not post this to Pinterest, so someone has. So is your only social media because I can scroll for 20 minutes a day before I run out a new post. Yeah, no, just click on one of the pictures in my about section. It should take you there. Drop me a follow. We can be mutuals. But yeah, I'm not anywhere else, not anymore. Because I've tried several times, even before I was on Twitch, and because like I had a cosplay presence, if you want to call it that, like back when Facebook wasn't an entire sack of shit. I even had like a Facebook page for my cosplays and things. Same with my food blog, had its own Facebook, had its own Instagram, had everything, but it was a chore. It's a chore. I don't enjoy it. Because it's not just about the posting, you also have to make a presence for yourself there. It's just constant fucking networking. And then you have to make a different account for all business related, because like on the account that's just for cosplay, you just want to follow, you know, cosplay creators and cosplay enthusiasts, and you have to comment on that and blah blah blah. And for the food blog, I would have to do the same, but like with food bloggers and recipe makers and what have you. It's a chore. I don't like it. I'm not the kind of person that just does one thing, as it's like evident from my Twitch presence. Because yesterday we played a game, today I'm crafting, tomorrow playing a game, and right now I'm sewing, but I also do paint and wood burning and a whole wide variety of things that I cycle between. I just want to vibe, you know? I just want to have the freedom to express myself in all different manners and angles, and that's really difficult because like people want specific things, people have interests that I don't find interesting, and I have interests that they don't find interesting. The variety is nice, but it's also difficult. Yay! Nice. Okay, gotcha. I love that name. Yeah, I'm just feeling short stuff everywhere, because at least I did that. Just have my name secured everywhere. Well, not everywhere. Just have my name named the same everywhere. That if people want to find me, they can. But, you know. It does seem like that's Pinterest. What? That they just grab other like pictures and just upload it? I don't know. I like to think that someone out there has no clue who I am, but is using my Gandalf the Slay as inspiration for their own Gandalf. And you know what? I love that. I'm here for it. I do wish I could see their variant off, you know? It's an honor to be inspiring like that. But, yeah. That's also part of social media, right? The anonymity. It's just not for me. Me and my social anxiety, no. Like, I have a YouTube VODs channel now where I upload all my Twitch VODs, because here on Twitch I can only keep them for 2 months. And the 2 months is because I have Turbo. Otherwise it's just 1 month for affiliates. And I'm not sure that's more for partners, so yeah. There we go. Sleeve. Now the other side. Pinterest doesn't understand the word credit. Yeah. Just because I discovered a fax machine literally means copying machine somewhere else, and I love that. Oh, is that what fax stands for? Far away? Far away something? Probably not. Would be funny. Fax just means remote somewhere else. Okay. I didn't know. I like that, yeah. Oh well. But yeah, Hammy, I suspect it's gonna be the same with George. That like George is gonna be copied and pasted somewhere else and shown around as cosplay. Cause yeah, like I said, I don't have Instagram or is Thread still a thing? Like I don't even fucking know. I'm not up to date and I don't wish to be. It's just it do be like that. People are gonna steal my work and then copy it for clout. Is the way it is. I do, and I will. But yeah, I do want to do a stream dressed as George once the whole thing is done, the whole outfit. Cause yeah, we did some testing months ago, and you can hear me and understand me when I'm wearing the mask. It just sounds a bit muffled, but you know. Hi, Karma! Good to see you. Have a good lunch break. What's for lunch? I put up the crafty guy. No one has dared change the crafty guy. Which is allowed, but yeah. It's on brand. Wait, I'm currently removing the sleeves from this t-shirt to replace them with fuzzy sleeves. Noodles as usual. A long day already, can't wait to go home. Just lay in your bed until you're summoned for food. Oof. I hope the rest of your workday passes quickly. Yeah, we'll be doing a George stream somewhere. Probably play a game with like a bird as the main character, preferably a corvid. I have to have a look. I do have like Voron on my wish list, which is about a raven, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, as funny as it would be, I don't think Withers with the big naturals is in the cards. Definitely not for this year. Unless I get possessed by hyperfixation, but I have too many plans this year. I want to finish George for September when I'm going to the fair. I want to make a live cast of my face and start playing with prosthetics, and then maybe make Grinchly happen in December. And that's honestly my cosplay budget blown for this year. If there even is such a thing. You have Ritual of Ravens, like a magical farming sim. You get a very sassy raven familiar. I think I might have that on my wish list. I have to check if it's in the family library. Hold on. I will check. I don't have it, but I do believe it's on the wish list. I've also had Return to Moria on my wish list, just so I can play a dwarf. and dress up as a dwarf. Because I miss being a dwarf. I miss my dwarf cosplay with my majestic beard, you know? So I need to order a new stash, because the beard is still fine, but the stash is missing. I don't know what happened to it. I'll need to order that. Looking forward to most stream. Plan is to cuddle with the dogs until mom gets home and then cuddle with the cats. Hell yeah. Hell yeah, that sounds like an excellent Sunday. I'm also looking forward to tomorrow's stream. It looked really cute. There we go. I almost have this sleeve off. But yeah, I've already had one discussion with my sewing machine today. Two technically, but one was probably the extension of the first one. Like, so yeah, I hope that when I have these sleeves taken off, I can just pin the new sleeve in place and get it over with. Do the thing. I'm trying to rip more threads at a time, but thread ripper isn't having it. T-shirt isn't having it, so I'm just... That's the downside of a seam ripper. I could lay it flat and just rip right through it, but then I'm probably gonna have holes in the fabric itself. Because that is also made of threads. and will also be ripped. Almost done. But yeah, tomorrow's gonna be a cute one. I think, at least from what I've seen. I don't know. And I am also excited for next week. I've already made the schedule. I've decided not to post it yet because that would just be confusing with what we're doing, you know, this week and what we'll be doing next week. But new crime scene cleaner levels. There's an Act 2. And I'm excited to dive into that. And Chad can get all excited about sponges again. Honestly, one of my favorite games, truly. I'm keeping an eye on a few other like cleaner games, but it's really difficult to find good ones that are just not a rip-off of Viscera cleanup detail. There we go. Exactly. Hi, Sebastian. How goes the sewing? I had a little discussion with the sewing machine, and I'm currently removing sleeves on a t-shirt so I can add the fluffy sleeves to them. But yeah, the word thread ripper confused me so much the first time I heard it because A, it sounds so metal, and also a type of CPU. Well, I mean, I think technically it's a seam ripper, not a thread ripper, but you know, still metal as fuck. But yeah, I'm not using a CPU to remove the sleeves of this t-shirt. Might surprise you with feels. I remember doing all the cleaning rod in the Discord. Oh yeah. Yeah, there is a little guy. It is in the folder. So if you change the little guy's hat, you might get lucky and get the cleaner. Otherwise you're gonna have to wait until next week. But there is a crime scene cleaner rod now, with indeed a Scrub Daddy hat. Courtesy of Karma. It would be very metal, but I could. I don't think it would be efficient. Like, it's already taken long enough, like... Yeah, I could, but it sounds like a sensitive... Yeah, well, I mean, CPUs are as sensitive as fuck, so... You know, I would just damage the pins doing that, probably. And it doesn't sound like a cheap one. The Ryzen Seam Ripper Pro. Patent it. AMD, if you're making that into a product, I demand to be sent one. As compensation for my idea. Absolutely not. It's a server CPU. Dang it. Oh, there goes that idea. In that case, AMD, I'll just take royalties, thanks. Like, we have a server at home, but I don't really have a need for top of the line stuff for that one. Names cannot be patented, copyrighted. Yes, yeah, well, you know what I mean. You know what I mean. And if an exact president, Jesus. Yeah, I'll just take the money, thanks. There we go. Wait, that's one sleeve. Where'd the other one go? Oh, here. Got him! Okay. So, yeah. This won't be visible anyway. Kinda badass though. Sleeveless t-shirt now. Oh well. It's always a good sign when a website shows a price. Yikes. Instead of getting a new server with a 4.5k threat ripper, so in about that range. Wow. Well, I have no need or use for that. God, I'm gonna have to vacuum again. There's fluff everywhere. You can hear the twinkling of a void somewhere up outside my window. Oh god, here comes the confusing part. If I want you to be on here like this, then you need to be inside out. Okay. Ooh, sorry for slapping the microphone there. I'm hurting my brain with the science behind this chat. It's been too long. It has been too long. There we go. There. I might have to shorten the sleeves eventually, but at least I'm putting them on now. The shortening I can do later. I can just grab my my lock. Just take it inside out, do it in one go. If I want it to be shorter. I might want it to be shorter. Just a little bit. Just a smidge, you know? I want to focus on putting them on first and then looking at the wings. Add them and then see if there's like if and how much I want to take off of the length. But yeah, I call it a thread ripper, but it's a seam ripper. And I don't know why, but at least my mom used to call it tornmes, which just feels like using the English word for tearing, like torn, and the Dutch word knife. I don't know why. But I don't know what it's called in German, so maybe it was just that. And it just merged, like different languages merged together. Wouldn't be the first time. Because I'm not exactly sure about the Dutch word for it either. Yeah, no, I don't know. It's like, so on Thursday, Dad and I were hanging up new curtain rails, and there was the mystery of the square screws, and I was like, I don't know, I don't have a square bit for a screwdriver. Like, I don't know how to get these off of here. And then my dad said, no, I'll just grab a flathead screwdriver and put it in queer. But he said the word queer. And it took me so long. Like, it was only like, IRL, it was only like a second maybe. But it took me so long to realize that he meant diagonal. Natrenner. Yeah, okay. Yeah. Seam. Ripper, I guess. Endure. But it took me so long, yeah, like to realize that he meant diagonal, and that was just a word for it in dialect. But hearing my dad say queer was wild. Even though he did not mean... And doornmesh, it is? A splitter, I guess. Yeah, actually, yeah. Separator, yeah, that makes sense. Splitter, yeah, that's a good word. It is a doornmesh, yeah. Thank you, Sebastian. Do you know where that comes from? Torn. Because, yeah, even in the spelling, it's like the past tense of tearing. Slash ripping, I suppose, but... And before that, Isabella meme with the Doom rip and tear. Except it's not a gun, it's a seam ripper. Donors gebruikt om stikselzalen. Yes. Being queer in Germany is funny. You're just like this. Me for real. Me for real, for real. Yeah. But it's just... Like, how often do you use that in a sentence, Freya? Like, for me, it's not often, and it's just with my dad that I speak the dialect, which is, like, loosely based on German. And it's like, you're gonna do what? Oh, it's like, oh, you don't mean the gays. Gotcha. You don't mean the gays. The gays are not gonna help us with the square hole. Okay. Yeah, my actual German is pretty rusty. And not everyone speaks the dialect. Fascinating. It also depends on which dialect. Because, like, it's really Like, not just region specific, but like down to the village type of specific. Absolutely wild. Well, a gay did. I mean, listen. Where? More than diagonal, I'd say. I mean, it is what he meant. Chief. Yeah. But he specifically didn't say that word. He said queer, because it was the square hole in the screw, and he just grabbed a flathead screwdriver and put it in diagonally, but yeah, that's what he meant anyway. But like, again, with the dialect being super region specific, it is not one-on-one with German. So that could also be the case. I do not know. Dornen originates from the German trennen. Yeah. Oh, okay. So it is loosely based on a German word, but it was not my mother's fault. Gotcha. For once, no. It's used to indicate slowly breaking down of rules or laws. Ah, gosh. Gosh! Well, I'm not undoing any laws here. And I'm pretty sure that this time, I'm not the reason new rules are being made. Probably. No promises. Latin tornar. Yeah, also. But then again, most languages are loosely based on that. And even if they're not loosely based, there's similarities. Which sometimes are just a coincidence. Like, evolved separately. Still wild to me. It's absolutely fucking wild to me that the word acorn, as in the of an oak tree, you know, acorns, and the Dutch word acorn, which is squirrel, have absolutely nothing to do with each other. They evolved separately, they just sound the same. Love Western languages. Yes. Where is a pretty known word for me? Isn't the question confused me? Yeah. Yeah, no, like I said, my German is rusty, and the dialect is only loosely based on German. Now with aliens, time-traveling aliens who crossbred the language. Okay, buddy. They're there. That's enough internet for today. I think it's time for you to go touch some grass. Time to lick a no! God damn it, Sen. Next week. Next week. I'll allow it. When we play more Crime Scene Cleaner. But only if you're good, chat. So, yeah, hold on. My German is less rusty than your Dutch. There we go. It's still a win. Yeah, I'll take the win. God, I was talking to air fryers like the other day, like last week, because he was learning Spanish and he was talking about all the things he had to learn for like school, and he was using like the grammar, like the technical terms for things, and I was like, buddy, I haven't taken a language since high school, and even then I just fucking intuit that stuff. Like, I never learned what those technical terms mean. I don't fucking know. Like, the language either feels right or it feels wrong, you know? There's no... I'm one of those assholes. Hi, Blur, good to see you. Okay, honey, time for your therapeutic sponge licking. Fuck off. Learned all terms in school, but we forgot most of it. Yeah, I did. But I mean, they tried to teach me. But I've always been really good at vibing with languages. You know, it feels right or it doesn't. Like, I did that in school with English, Dutch, and German. Dropped French as soon as I could. I also took French for like 3 years. I dropped it because it was mandatory. But then it wasn't, and then I dropped it. It's like, no. No, thank you. French teachers did not like me because on like tests that were just vocabulary, I'd fucking fail. I'd fail. Vocabulary and like technical things like grammar, I would fail. But then we would have like a reading and or listening comprehension test. Aced it. Absolutely aced it. There was no in between. I would either get a failure or I would ace it, and it really depended on what type of test we were having. Because I could just intuit. I could just get from context clues, understand what they were asking in French in the listening tests or in the reading tests. So yeah, my French teachers hated me. They didn't understand how, because how the fuck can you do reading and listening when you don't know the vocabulary? And I was like, it's the tism. No, I didn't, because I didn't know it was a tism back then. But you know, there were signs. Anyway, that's how I got like the minimum required grade to not fail that subject, and then I dropped it when I no longer needed it. You wish you could pick up languages, it just click for you. Yeah. Phrases memorized, not actually learned, if you know what I mean. Yeah. You did French after 3 years as well, and then English after 5 years. You kept a German all the... Oh, you were allowed to drop English? Interesting. We were not. But then again, there's quite a few years of difference between us, Sebastian, so that could also just be that it became mandatory later. I don't know. Failed on every vocab test, but aced most grammar tests. French at school's funny anyway, because no one actually speaks French like that. Yeah. I don't know. I wouldn't know. Also depending on schools. Yeah, that's probably also a thing, yeah. Yeah. I will say that it's part affinity for, but I also think a large part of me learning languages quickly is because I was exposed to many different languages at a very young age. Like, I could understand German at the age of 5 because of the dialect, and our neighbor was German. So yeah, I could really understand it. Also, my grandparents watched like German TV and stuff, so I was exposed to German from a young age. And then from the age of 7, I could understand English, not speak it, but understand it. Because over here things are not dubbed, they're subbed. So I learned to read the subtitles, and then listening to the English, I could make sense of it. Because back then there were cartoons that were not dubbed either. Only for like very young kids the shows were dubbed, but everything else was subbed. So yeah. Sometimes academia seems to be designed to be like, so the people who are incredibly good at one specific thing in a way that no one else understands. What if we taught society in such a way that doesn't fit them? Yeah, that'll show them. Yeah. It's really the way most education systems are built now. There is no flexibility for people that learn in different ways. I understand, like, I learn by doing. I'm really good with my hands. Like, I'm also incredibly intelligent. But if you put me in an environment where I have to learn everything from text, I'm not going to thrive. If you let me fuck around and find out, accompany with this text, or maybe even videos, like, yeah, I can do it. It's how I do this kind of shit, you know? Your time in the one modern phone mandatory by law. Most schools made English mandatory to make scheduling easier and allowed to speak other languages instead of English. Interesting. I also know people who took like Spanish in school, and I was like, I never had the option. I also didn't take Latin or Greek. I have picked up things. As I do with languages, I pick up things, but I never actually had classes for them. So yeah, I get original emotional performance. I like that a lot. I prefer to also play games in their like original language and watch series and movies in their original language, even if it's a language that I don't speak. I think for my own save file, I'll probably play the Horse Girl game in the original language. But for stream, I will do it in English for people who don't have the visuals to also be able to follow along, you know? And she selected French. Oh, nice. Yeah, no, we only have German or French. It depends on what level of education you did, because the Dutch education system, at least in high schools, is wild. But yeah, I wasn't at the level of education that also taught Latin and Greek, and then after 3 years you had to pick either one. You had to pick one of the classical languages. I didn't attend that. A fun roster, yeah. Yeah, but that was the fun roster for you, because what we called the fun roster was the people that did arts and culture and languages with like as little maths and science as possible, because it wasn't their thing. But yeah, I even in high school, I didn't like being pinned down and put in a box, and you know, so I've told this story before, but I took the science classes, added biology, added advanced mathematics, added music, and added German. And also IT, because IT was optional, which was just basic HTML and basic like stuff like that. It was I think it was after, not long after, but after, you know, the time where websites had counters, so you could you knew it was a reliable one.
Anyway.
Hi, Milky. You mean walrus? I'm pretty sure that's just the same spelling as well. Yeah, you've done it again. Well done. Well done. Can I do hat pats? There we go. You're getting them. You're getting chin pats apparently. Hold on. Can I do? There we go. Hat pats for you. Your time was a class with a little homework as possible. Interesting. In German, maths, advanced maths, chemistry, physics, and geography. I had many classes. I had so many classes that I struggled to put it in a roster. But I dropped music. They couldn't fit it in the roster. I couldn't read music anyway. It's one of those things, again, I'm just vibing. I can't read music, chat. I've tried. They've tried to teach me. And my brain just goes, nope. Butter's high. Something buttery. I don't want to grease myself up. I'm working with fabrics. Can I appease you? With some machine oil. Is that sufficient? I oiled the machine. There were no tech priests in the area. So it wasn't the consecrated stuff, but it was machine oil. Does that count? That will be sufficient. Thank you. You're very generous. But yeah, hi friend. I was lurking. You were playing some Lost Judgment. How's that going for you? Which one in the series is it? Like, we were talking about confusing naming conventions for games earlier for a little bit.
The Enrichment Center is required to remind you that you will be baked, and then there will be cake.
Thanks to Voyage Bus for my sub-gift. Lurk while I drive home.
Thank you for the lurk, Sal! And thank you, Voyage, for that gift up to Sal. Enter month 4 out of 6. Hell yeah. But yeah, we were talking about like confusing naming conventions, but like these games, the series of Yakuza / Like a Dragon / what other fucking names do they use? It's very confusing. I understand they can't like retroactively change them all, but Jesus Christ, on a bike. Get home and de-stress from working on that weird-ass commission. Technically, Judgment is a spin-off series. Come on! For real? Like, come on. I mean, the naming isn't that confusing. Yaga is a Kiryu game. Like a Dragon is a newer series, name changed to match the Japanese ones, which features Ichiban. And your Judgment is a spin-off in the same universe. Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah, friends, if you want someone who definitely isn't a Yakuza gamer, go watch Butters. He does, on rare occasions, play games that are not part of that series / universe. Yeah, it was an interesting commission for sure. But yeah, no, go give my friend Mr. Buttersocks a follow, please. Wonderful Australian chap. Also, but what time is it over there now? I've lost track again because of the clock change. Have you had your clock change yet? We're getting ours next week? Next weekend. It is 2 a.m. Are you unsupervised? Buddy boy. It is Saturday though, so you know. I promise you Claire has not assigned a supervisor. I'm just a nosy fucker. That's all. You stop peeping the games into your lap and I will then play other games, but you're just coming out with new games. You gotta play them. Your clock changed on April 5th. Buddy, it's March. Are you saying you haven't had a clock change since last year, April? Or am I somehow living in the past? That's what a supervisor would say. Buddy, you need to sleep. That's in the future. Okay. Buddy, you need to go to bed. I'm saying April, the month after March, is when the clock changed. Oh, changes. It was a typo, not changed. Okay. 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 Listen, man. I'm just a little guy. Me. Right there. You can't keyboard apparently. That you're so confused. Yeah, no, it's samesies. Like, huh? What do you mean? But yeah, no, okay. I'm currently wrestling a t-shirt and sewing on some very fluffy sleeves. It's for a cosplay. From my jackdaw. As in the bird. There's apparently also a character in one of the 11 million Assassin's Creed games or something, I believe, but that's not the one. I am actually, you can see George right there. Boop. You see that mask there of a bird? That's what I'm making. The club? I haven't touched the club for a minute, but also yes, I made big yen at the club. And then for some reason we don't get sing-along redeems. Oh my god, illegal. Be unsupervised again and we'll do them again. Wow. Wow, we are robbed of karaoke weekend. I'm starting to think Butters doesn't like us, chat. He won't even do karaoke with us. Oh yeah. Ugh, I'll be using the sewing machine. And we need to focus to not fuck it up, because that would be unfortunate. There we go. Rogue's just been in hella pain, so only gaming. Hell is zonked out in the couch. Oh no! Anyway, if you think of it, snacking them is good. Yeah, go grab a snack. You wonderful, wonderful human. Go, take care of yourself. Off with you then. Astagon! Astagon! Everyone's favorite cat girl's back. Hi, friend. I hope you're well. I don't know if Ban is live, but you better have told him you're alive. He asked about you several times. Apparently, I am the person to inform him about your well-being. And I told him that you were probably busy and doing the best that you can. Banlish. Thank you for the 69 biddies! Banlish asked. Wizard of Oka, survive 2 more hours. You can do it, Karma. I believe in you! And thank you again for all the little guys. Friends, there's so many new little guys. There's a channel point redeem for you to change the little guys. I understand I'm crafting and this is a crafty little guy, but like, do it. Dave Adam. There it is. So God did the queuing. Yeah! Yeah! I did the queuing. We got 30 seconds of my signature blue in crystals. Because of what you just did. Yeah! There it is. Oh no, the bot was asleep. The bot was asleep. The biddies slowly trickled in. Maybe the bot was struggling with maths. I don't know. I don't know. I was also wondering, but like I have you on speaker now. And sometimes because of the way I've routed my audio, it can be quite complex and it doesn't always come through. But it did. So I was like, maybe it's a me problem. But yeah. But yeah, I'll probably have to move everything is on an external drive now that I have for my OBS. And I'll probably have to move it to an internal drive just for the writing speed, because I think that's what the issue is. Because it was the issue. Because that was the issue. With the little guys. Okay, hold on. We have seen these, well, not the crystals, but I also want to change the hat. Oh, yes. Nice. One we've also seen, there's some cursed ones in there, chat. So you will definitely see the crime scene cleaner one that Karma made. But all the suggestions that were put in the thread in the Discord have been drawn, including but not limited to Duck's cursed suggestion of a bald cap. They fixed a bike, got a new prescription, got new brake pads for the bike, and did 18 kilometers on the bike. Hell yeah. Did you get a new prescription for the bike as well, or was that for your glasses? Either way, I'm proud of you. That's a lot. Well done. Yay, Transprite. Nice. No, that was for you. You got a new prescription for what? Hold on, chat. My machine is making sounds that make me sus. And with the amount of... There we go. There it is. The amount of discussions I've had with my machine today. I was right. Yeah, it's doing it again. Wild. I'm gonna grab a different bobbin and thread it anew, because this is somehow first. I don't know. Oh, now you're fine. Okay. Glasses! New glasses coming a weekish from today. Hell yeah. We need to get your prescription done. So I know they've known someone did. Yeah. Got your prescription done. So I will get some brake pads for the bike. So I'm in a retail pile. I'm gonna sort it and cycle home. You're now dead. The good dead, not the bad dead. We prefer that. Not the best dead, but the good dead. Well done. Alright, I'm gonna mute while I do this, because this sounds not great. Let me just thread a bobbin again. But yeah, also really annoyed with the machine. Oh well. Oh well. Is what it is. Also, I keep staring at camera at how thin my fingers are today. It's been a long while since my hands have actually looked like normal hands instead of blobs. Still don't know what is causing it, and I don't know. I should probably contact the dermatologist again, because at the heart clinic they're just like, well, you're fat, so... And nothing is wrong with my... Well, I mean, I'm still on medication, so something is wrong with my heart, but not something life-threatening or something they want to investigate much further. I am getting a bike test at the end of the month, which is good. But yeah, no, my hands look like hands instead of meaty sausages. It's weird. I'm not used to that. I haven't dared to wear rings in so long because I'm afraid it'll all swell up and I can't get it off. That's just like, my hands look like hands, man. What the fuck's going on? Don't fucking believe it. Look at this shit. The amount of threat was a lie. Infuriating. Please hold. I need to check if I have more black thread. I probably do, but like, the fuck? The fuck? Welcome back. I was just raging about the amount of thread, like the amount of lies I was sold. I thought this was a thick bobbin of fucking thread, a thick spool of thread, but it's just a thick hunk of plastic. Robbed. So yeah, be right back. I need to check if I have more black thread somewhere. There we go. Crisis averted. I found a new spool. You're much of a wimp if you're like, what degloving is? Yeah, I can. Yeah, okay. I can see that. I am, however, a magpie. A magpie that wants their shinies. But yeah, I'm really upset about this. But I'll be ordering new thread from somewhere I trust. Yeah, this is thread from a brand that I trust, so... Oh, come on. Come on, Threader. I was singing your praises not too long ago. Why are you doing me dirty now? There we go. Panda! Welcome on in, friend. I hope you're well. I hope work was not too taxing on you. This one's actually a wrist strap, but I like to have it here so I can just have a magnet. All my pins. Now where did we left off? Right here. Cool, cool. I've been sewing and I've been doing work on the costume that I've been putting off for too long because I don't like it. I don't like sewing. I'm not good at it. Sometimes you wonder what cats think of your human activities, like a sucker walking in a stream, for example. Like, I know it is human decides to talk to themselves for hours on a regular basis, but sure love this oddball of a human. Yeah. Yeah. There she is right there, Estelle. There's the oddball. Didn't walk in, but appeared as a hat. Yes, exactly. Not too bad. Mild planner flare out as a dandy. Work with legend chill, got a fresh trim. Hell yeah. Always get rings off him. Yeah. I know. I know. But I'm always more of a prevent an injury, you know? But I do appreciate the gesture. Aw, thank you. Oh, I want, at some point, want to save up for you to, make me the, arthritis, locks on them, or the, latches, hinges. So I can just click the ring on and off instead of having to put them on and off like a ring, just put them on like a bracelet. I don't know, you know what I mean. I'm not sure chat knows what I'm talking about, but you know what I mean. Yeah. It's really fucking nifty. I like it. Okay, that's one sleeve. Now the other side. Let's hope this one can be done without incident. That would be really nice. I think that's it. Did you say something I missed? No, I've been. It's okay. I've been sewing. I've just been really focused, and I think the last thing I said is that I just need to do one more sleeve, which is done now, and that I hope that it goes on without incident because, well, my sewing machine and I have had some discussions, and then I got robbed because I thought this thick spool of thread was a thick spool of thread, but it turns out I was lied to. I was lied to. So yeah. Yeet. Okay, turning this one off. Putting this back on. Lies indeed. Ugh. Now, oh, this is much better. Should have done this immediately. Now, ignore the print. Ignore the print, but because it's all about the wings. Look, because this will be covered with the tunic anyway, and like the fursuit, the mask partially. And then these we put on here. Sideways, I think, like this. With Velcro. It's all coming together! Yeah! Yeah, it's all coming together. Like right here. I mean, were you here? Were you here last week when I shaved his face? When I brought a bit more texture to like the eyes. In the front. The front has been shaved too. And it's very subtle, but like these are very long here. And this is all a bit shorter. Let me put him on. My hair is a mess because it's a crafty day. That's why I'm wearing the other glasses too, because they're already like crooked. These are my my DIY glasses. You know, same category of like I got this shirt from. It's like I don't mind if this gets fucked up and damaged in the process. That's what these glasses are for as well. Alright, I have a balaclava in here. There we go. There we go. So there. Now I have the mask. I have the arms. I could grab the gloves. Hold on. Wearing the glasses underneath is Probably not the best idea. Hold. There. There, now I at least don't have glasses that gonna get fogged up. There we go. Okay. Gloves. I can't see directly in front of me. And I can't really read chat. Like there's a big blind spot right here. It's a problem. I think this is left. Probably. Nope. There we go. That's one. There. Just fursuit things? Yeah. Hold on, where's my mouse? Still over there. But yeah, I am fabulous. You know this. What are we gonna do today? What's the plan, chat? Any more little guys? Huh? How are you feeling? You know, forget VTubers. This is it. This is the next big thing. This is it. Tell me all about it. I'm all ears. What's the tea? Hmm? Give me the tea, girl. Very much. The claws give slay. Yeah. Yeah. I do them myself, thanks. Hold on, if I do it like this. Yacht Queen. The eyes are mesmerizing, thanks. Oh, come on in. I'm not wearing my glasses, so I'm having trouble reading chat. But welcome. It's nice to meet you. I just finished the arms. And I'm feeling sassy. So yeah. I can change them. I go, hello. Hi. How's it going? So yeah. That's me. It's really warm though. But it is actually the first test with like the claws and the arms and the mask. Haven't figured out the rest of the outfit. Working on it. I need to attach these to the sides. You do a little cursed fan dance. Like, come on, I got them wrong way around. Yeah. Oh, it's so warm. Oh. Don't be alarmed. Oh. It's only me. Oh. But yeah, if anyone needs a back scratch, hit me up. I'm honestly really pleased with how everything's coming together already. Oh. Itchy. Joe's been hanging for the past minute. Oh, new kink unlocked. Didn't know you were a furry until just this minute. The mask can stay on during, as well as the claws. Forget vampire gloves, this is it. I need to grow my own nails a little bit longer so I can keep them in place better, because it would be easier to have them like this. Like, but it would look weird, I think, if I just had them. Like, it would be more convenient because then I have my fingers available, but I'm not sure that's the look I'm going for. Like this. I think. I much prefer it like this. Like it's still up a bit, but not as extreme. But this is less convenient than this. Okay. Yeah. Ugh. So much fluff coming off of the fursuits. I mean, it was only a matter of time. Ooh. What's the whole thing of the oldest surviving relic of human creativity and expression is a busty lion woman statue? Is it? I would not be surprised. I would not be surprised if it was. We've always been. We've always been. Style is pain sweaty. It's called fashion sweaty. Not that you know. But I just had my manicure done, okay? But yeah, for real, I need to get thread, conductive thread for these, so I can use touchscreens while wearing these. I'm really tappa. I don't think I'll be able to game, like, can I? Maybe. Because I said, once the thing is done, I'll do a stream dressed as George while we play games. Preferably a game that has like a raven or like at least a corvid as the main character. I'm a gamer. You know what? This is better than keyboard and mouse. This is better than keyboard and mouse, but it's gonna be a challenge. It's gonna be a challenge. Yeah, exactly. Gamer. That's a fantastic emote. I love that. Gamer. It me. Oh boy. Tippy tappies. If you thought, you know, clicky clackings with manicure was loud, oh, get ready for talons. But yeah, I have tights in the same print. Well, these used to be tights and now they're gloves, because I made this. But I also have a pair of tights for my legs because I also have feet to go with it. So yeah, maybe. I'll figure it out. I'll figure it out. But yeah, I'd like to play a game that has a bird as a main character. Preferably a corvid, but other types of birds are fine too. So we rated Nico Hart yesterday, who was playing a demo of a game called Chick That Never Skipped Lag Day. It was cursed, but it was one of those, I don't know, rage platformer type games. Hold on. I'm trying to put my glasses on without poking my own eyes out. You know, I could reuse these for dragon cosplay as well. Maybe. I do have a dragon slash dinosaur mask pattern at the ready, because I do want to make a dragon myself at some point. Slash dino, I don't know. You can probably use it for both, because what if dinos, if not wingless dragons, you know? But yeah, I have an idea for that one, but we'll see. Oh. Okay, I need to take these off. Hi, Nikki. Yeah, these are just tights that I've cut to fit my hands. Yes, yes, good. I don't think I'll need to add Velcro to the end to make sure that they stay here. Maybe? I don't know. But yeah, this print will be invisible. This is just an old shirt that I had. Yeah. I'm really proud of how this is coming together. You really have a lot of loose fluff, buddy. You need to be vacuumed. It needs to be vacuumed. I'm holding it to my face and I can already feel like more fluff sticking to my nose. Wait, it's going to be real fucking hot to wear this. That's fine. I might take some of the collar off. I deliberately left it long. I deliberately left it long in case I wanted to do something unhinged as, oh gee, I don't know, low cleavage. Because I've been known to do unhinged cosplays. As is evident by the pictures, like in if you're on Twitch, my about section below. It's some of my my cursed cosplays. Wait, this is my first, at least partial fursuit. Well, I mean, I guess for the fawn, I made the legs as well, so that's also a partial, I guess. But it's the first time I've actually got a mask. Now, if you may ask, yes. Kitty! I want to change a little guy. Yeah, oh my gosh, you can see the fuzz stuck to my fingers. How uncomfy would a feather bra be? I think it would be easiest if I just made a cover for a corset that I have made of the same material, like the fake fur, because I still have a lot of it. But a feather bra, I'd have to custom make one in a way that I can still wear a bra underneath, because, or like a corset or something underneath. Because I don't want to have to tape these. It's a chore. Like, I'm wearing a sports bra, so it's like compressed today, but having to make a feather bra in my size, because I'm not sure they make them in my size, although probably someone does, but I'm not sure I'll be able to afford their craftsmanship. I don't think I will be. So I'm not sure about uncomfortable, more work/expensive, because you are thinking George with the big naturals. We're just continuing the big naturals theme. Is that's what it is? Because, like, as far as cursed cosplay goes, that would be up there. You know, I'm not saying no. I'm just saying. Withers, feathers, close enough. I've already said, you weren't here for a pan, and it's okay, but I've already said that withers with the big naturals is not going to be something I do this year. Because that needs a lot of, like, special effects. Not just the bald cap, like, the bald cap's gonna be fine, but the rest of the skin is not difficult to make, but it's a lot of work and it's a lot of makeup. Like, it's a lot of latex and tissue to make that happen, which I know how to do and I can do. So many wrinkles, yeah. And it would require me to make prosthetics to make the nose. the nose, but like the eyebrows is fine. You just make a thicker ridge and then it looks like your eyes are more hollow. You just make a ridge here and like put emphasis on the cheekbones. That automatically makes your eyes look more hollow. And like with the nose, it would have to be a prosthetic as well, but that also like will be thicker. You just enhance the bridge here as well. So you really create the illusion of the lack of cartilage on the nose part. But yeah, so many wrinkles. Wrinkles is not that difficult to make. It might be more difficult on my skin because of the fluid retention, and that means that my skin is like fuller anyway. But what you usually do is you really stretch it out, put the liquid latex on, let it dry, and then when you let it go, it enhances the natural wrinkles in your face or on your skin. That's a way you would do that. Same with the wrinkly lips and everything. Speaking of which, like, I'm not scared of the bald cap. I can make the crown. I can do a closet cosplay if need be of like the things. What I'm worried about is the amount of liquid latex. Someone get me one of those like 2-liter barrels of liquid latex. Stat, and a box of tissues. Yeah, that will be the cursed part. Yeah. Like the bandaging is also not difficult to do. It really is like the skin and the skin detail, like the special effects makeup. For which I will need a live cast of my face, which I do plan to make. I have the stuff I need. Well, almost. I need to grab plaster bandaging. But I have the alginate, I have the plaster to cast it. Because then when I have a live cast of my face, probably also a bald cap, just to do it like properly. But once I have the live cast of my face, I can just directly sculpt on that to make prosthetics to fit my face. Distant sounds of a truck offloading a barrel. Yay, crystals! Just a distant beep, beep, beep. Yeah. Or just here in the window, you just see a glimpse of like a giant crane just dropping off a pallet of barrels of liquid latex. And that's gonna be such a pain to remove. That's gonna be such a pain to remove. Yeah, for that one, I think I'm definitely just... Like with George, it's gonna be like a full outfit, like I said, the legs and the feet. But for Withers, I would probably just up to maybe my hips, right? But just the part that shows on stream, it wouldn't be much lower than the big natties, okay? Thank you for the sips. Yeah, where'd I put it? Here. I wouldn't go much lower than that. I have to find a way to mark where I want the wings and then what. Time to clean the kitty cubicles? Do it. Do it. That's so cute. Alright, I need to measure where these go. We have ads incoming, friends. I want to add these with like a Velcro so that I can take them off and chuck the shirt in the wash. Alright. That's one side pin. I'm gonna be right back while the ads run so I can pin this and then take it off in peace. So, see you in a bit. Hello, I return. Thank you for your patience, friends. Oh, so much fluff. My glasses really need to be cleaned, but details. Details. I want to attach these these wings. I fear I'll have to do some shaving. To get the to be able to sew the Velcro on properly. That isn't like super thick. Yeah, this is roughly even. It's fine. If not on the wings, that's fine, but I fear I'll have to like shave it real short underneath here just to add a strip of Velcro. Mayhap. This is like really strong, really thin costuming Velcro. Okay. I'm getting out the clippers. I'll mute my microphone because I will need my I will need my vacuum on. Go ahead and blow your ear holes out, you know? It's only polite. There we go. It's really difficult to see because it's like black fur. There's definitely a strip that's a lot shorter here in the middle. And yeah, my camera is old and it struggles. But yeah, this strip here is a lot shorter. Sorry. I managed to pull on my cable here. Hold on. Oh boy, oh boy. Here we go. There we go, that's one part. One part, there we go. In. Come on. It's really difficult to pin fake for us sometimes. There we go. This stuff is strong. This stuff is really good. But again, it's costuming Velcro, so yeah. I wasn't sure if I'd be able to make it hold the tail as well, but you know how much force I have to put on this to take off this layer? I don't think it'll be an issue. Here we go. Like, a lot of force. Holy shit. Very nice. Like it. Exceeding expectations. Well done. I'll probably sew this by hand because getting this under the machine, it's a sleeve. It's gonna be a pain in the ass. Once that is on, I can brush these hairs to cover, just make it look like it belongs. Dang it, did it again. Didn't even mean to this time. Holy shit. Insanity, loving it. Like, I'm barely touching it, and it's on there. Like that. So I think I might just glue this one on this side. That's a lot of foam. Like the fur is only a centimeter here, so probably glue that on. And leave the fur trim for like blending in. Yeah. Alright, that's one side. Thankfully I still have the tapestry needle, mattress needle. What do they call this? Not the suture needle. Has the same shape though, but it's not. But that'll make it a lot easier to sew that in place. Oh. But, friends, I think that is all that I have spoons for stream-wise. So let's find someone to say hello to, shall we? Where's my mouse? Boop. Thank you all for hanging out with me today. This was nice. This was good. I'm glad you liked the costume test. Ooh, are you still going this time? Am I not too late? I wanted to say hi to you last week, but you'd already done. Hell yeah, you're still going. Okay, friends. We're gonna go raid the fantastic hut armories. They're working on 15th breastplate and other stuff. I'm not sure if that's like 15th century or what the fuck's going on here. But yeah. She's armorsmith, leatherworker, cosplayer. So let's go over there. Because it's really fucking cool. If you are not in the raid, either refresh, and if that doesn't help, grab some raid text, head on over, but don't post it yet. Wait for all of us to pour in, and then we'll do it all together. I'll be back tomorrow, friends, where I'll be playing Collector's Cove, and I'm really excited about it. We're like a ship, and there's a big Nessie, and it looks really cute. And the devs were kind enough to give me a key for a review. So that's what we'll be doing tomorrow. Next week, listen, there's new crime scene cleaner levels and we're playing that. I might do some crafts on Sunday. I don't know yet. Sunday is still question marks, but we'll see, all right? But I hope to see you tomorrow at least. Remember, take care of yourselves. Don't lick sponges. Licking sponges is not self-care, friends. Take care of your spoons. And I'll see you all around and around with Twitch, alright? I love you all. Bye-bye.